Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Let me just switch over really quick. And let me turn this on. This right here. This cat right here. Hey, 21 Snakes, what's up? Hope you're doing well. This cat right here is the reason for the delay. Because right when I hit go live, basically, he decided to wake up from wherever he was napping and come over and be like, now is the time. You must pet me. And I'm like, I'm kind of getting ready to stream, cat. But he's like, no. Now is the time. So here we are, petting this cat, waiting for him to be done so he stops bumping into all of the equipment. So here he is, bumping into everything on the desk and trying to knock it over because I wasn't paying attention to him at first. So now he's getting attention. And I have to get him to settle down before we can actually begin, or he's gonna knock things over. Are you good? You done? No? Okay. So yeah, this is a cat. I hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. It is Saturday. Happy Saturday. Lunar New Year is also coming up very soon, so that's exciting. Yeah, we went to the store and it was very busy because of that, so that's always fun. Are you good now, cat? Did you... I just fixed this. How did you... There we go. Okay. Think he's good? Are you good? You want to just sit here? You want to just lay down here on the mat like this? Because that's fine. As long as you're not running into everything. Okay. I think he's good. Alright, cool. So, yeah, like I said, hope everyone's doing well. We're definitely gonna beat this. Look at that. It even says end right there. We're on end part 1. I don't know how many parts the end is, but I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm determined to finish this episode today. Maybe we'll start the next one depending on how long this one is, but yeah, I'm ready. I got tea, I got coffee, I had 2 bottles of water, but apparently I left the other one somewhere when I stopped to go do something else. So I have half a bottle of water. But yeah, beverages aplenty. I'm ready to do this as soon as... Don't have too much of this case left? Perfect. Okay, cool. That means we can start the next one today. As soon as this cat calms down, he is pushing everything. He almost picked up the phone that's on my desk for work and tried to make a phone call with his face, so that's a thing. No, that's the mic stand. Child. Are you good? Just settle down. Don't bite that. Okay. Okay. I think he's pushing my pop filter. Okay. We're gonna try to start. He's literally just pushing everything around on the desk. Okay. So we'll try to start now, and let's take it from there. So let's pause that music, go into the game, and resume. Let's do it. The last case is definitely a case. That's always good to hear. Alright. Means good things, right? September 10th, 5:45 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? Maybe it means good things, maybe it doesn't. I mean, I'm sure it could be good, or it could be good, but either way, it's still good? You know? It's one sense of the word or another. It'll be a thing. I'm sure it will. Alright. It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. She did escape the bailiff, didn't she? Oh man, what was this guy's voice again? I should have reviewed. I forgot about that. It's definitely a very, that's definitely a perfume bottle of some kind. No, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad, but it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you.
Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad.
Aw, Swiss rolls.
Earlier I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy! I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Are you gonna keep pushing the mic? Can you not? Please? This cat is, he's very excited today to see you all. Okay.
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Uncle Bad? Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. Damn. Got a soft spot for the kid.
What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. Yuli's had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
You know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
She's so sweet. I won't forgive whoever did this. Aw, Edgeworth. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Did you mean to say that to her? Or say something to her? My friend.
Yes, what is it?
Nope. Nothing to talk to you about. Okay. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? Can we look outside? Downstairs? What if they threw something out the window? That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room.
I wonder if a guard detail should be placed on it.
Why do you say that?
A desperate low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know.
She may be thinking about hiring a guard. But it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay?
It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. So cranky. I don't have time to waste. It sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it. Ugh. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and open the window, but that smell's still here. Ah, that explains the window. Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap, no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas. Oof.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she be honest about her once? Received from Detective Tyrell Bad. Misused perfume data, jotted down the organizer. So now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you want to talk about? So I'm going back to investigating. Hold on, I want to look at it. Same perfume as the one spilled in lobby number 1. Tensho Kosui? Interesting. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. During the recess. So, you were in this room the entire recess? Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. More coffee.
At least your story is consistent.
Earlier you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. Then, what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations? Yes, I am. Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Ugh.
Be back in 30? Okay, have fun, 21. I'll see you then.
Let's see. Miss Yu's the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece.
Yes? Are you meowing at me? Are you meowing at me because I stopped petting you to play the video game? Are you so offended that I decided to play the video game? Oh, you can see his face on the main camera, so now there's two of you. Come back over here. Here we go. You. You're making it real hard to stream today, Cat. Real cute, though. Oh, you. Look at you. No, that's the mic. Don't do that.
Okay. Okay, Cat. But because you were the lead detective on the case... You knew? I also knew that today's trial involving the Kodopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me, and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess I'd be alright to tell you. Alright, tell me about the incident. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. Uh-oh. What kind of truth bombs are we about to get? The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you, and I. As you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front!
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then, what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Deveray. Ooh, full circle! To be honest, that guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. He took the fall for his boss. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. It was probably to give his wife and daughter a better life, working for Amano. He was a family man. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man, just on their scapegoat. Okay, or intimidation. Could be intimidation. Maybe they were threatening his family. That would still make him a family man, you know? The boss man of the Amano Group. He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. Yo, if Amano was good friends with Manfred von Karma, who we found out is corrupt, he's probably the boss. He's probably the bad guy here. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with the smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Kokin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard... Like, there's a wire stabbing me. Hold on. Something got moved. Okay, there we go. I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap.
What kind of trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. Did he get shot up? You mean you were fired upon?
You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No. Only about half of these are from that case. That's still a lot of bullet holes! But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of these lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. Let's do Callisto first. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day of the verdict of the KG-8 incident. It was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes, Faraday and I. We apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but... Just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
Suppose so. You said it herself, that she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was wrong voice. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect.
I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, all right?
And for that, you've not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Sorry, wrong camera. There we go.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Bell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of Von Karma?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. Relation to Faraday. So, what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? He even seemed to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. He's in on it! He's part of the Yatagarasu.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. It was you two! That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. Tell me about the Yatagarasu. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Oh, I need water. Sometimes just good old water is better. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murder's intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KG-8 incident and this second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring, and in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there's one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu over in the middle of the trial. He suddenly declared that Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already.
I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
Why are you whipping Edgeworth? You leave the poor boy alone. It still accidentally whipped me anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrows commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away.
But you can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl. I'm not done talking yet.
Ugh.
What's different about this time was the evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatagarasu sent it? That's easy. A special card that only the Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. And just what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. Yatagarasu haunts embassy. The noble Yatagarasu, vigilante of the business world, reappears! Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. Ah, and that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Huh. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
Francisca, there's no need to further depress His Honor.
But I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Aye. Your Honor. Oh! You! Yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir.
Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would expect that the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She is busy with the investigation, so let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Bell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case. Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. Even for being a little tired, I'm yawning a lot. It's kind of stuffy in here. I wonder if that's why. I've placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. Okay, give me just a second. I'm gonna go open the window because it's really stuffy in here. So I think that might be part of why I'm yawning so much. So, bear back. Excuse me, Mama? Okay. Alright, there we go. Window is open. Cat was definitely trying to get in my way. Alright. Ooh, we can go check on our evidence now. It would appear that the judge is still a bit dispirited.
Stop that! You're being depressing.
You should listen to her, Your Honor, before things go from bad to worse. Although it can't really get much worse for him, other than to be whipped by her. A little bit of stretch. Okay. What is this? Evidence that Miss Yu prepared is just sitting here on the table.
You know you can't just walk off with it, right?
Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rell in that case if he was still alive. So, this is the evidence related to today's Kodopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself, and not just the data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence from the embassy murder, too.
And why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Ugh. Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's also real to see that knife up close.
So, we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. What's this organizer doing here? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that.
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. I won't rest until I've been nook and crannies! Okay. This gun was originally used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rell still holding it, which led to the immediate arrest.
And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. Still can't believe they gave the judge legs! Very fair, very fair. Welcome back, by the way. Alright, let's look at this knife. It's the knife that that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act?
And it never crossed your mind that you used your writing crop for the wrong purpose? Fair. Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it.
It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here.
I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in this case. Between the handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. And it would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. To discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. Mackerel and Deadman, yeah. The names in this game never fail to amuse. Or give you a headache. One or the other, or both.
And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in the embassy murder.
This organizer's a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. I mean, we basically read it.
Look, there's a picture stuck between the pages here.
Oh! Is that the Yatagarasu's key? It appears to be a key.
And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship is superb. Almost as amazing as Salmonella. Yeah. That one hurt a little. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
The Yatagarasu's key?
Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy. The Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu sent the evidence. Until now, the Yatagarasu excuse me. Would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this key safe.
As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. Yatagarasu's key data jotted down in the organizer, discovered in the courtroom. That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. Oh, that's kind of got the same design as the key, though.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rel. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose the knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the facts that you have yet to answer me? To mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. Oh, we're just gonna go straight into it. Okay. I mean, yeah, because handle is the same. You ended up having to Google this? I'm like, they were talking about how the handle is very ornate, so I was staring at it going, okay, it's got butterflies on it. And then you look at the knife and you're like, oh, there's butterflies on the side. It's the same damn thing, but for some reason it can, like, switcheroo. They made a point to talk about it, so I was like, it has to be something I should pay attention to. That's the only reason why I figured it out. And this Yatagarasu's key, Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and the ornamentation of the handle remind you of anything?
They do remind me of the knife.
Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say...
It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are, in fact, one and the same.
But that's impossible!
Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Now then, let us examine the knife in a little more detail. Ooh! Get a look at it. Nice. Yeah, it's flipped. How does this work? Whoa! That is not how I thought that would go, but that's cool. That makes a lot of sense.
I can't believe it turned into a key! To think there was such a trick to this thing.
So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up to until now. Animation? Okay. So the key is a knife and the knife is a key. Who would know about it? Yatagarasu's key data updated in my organizer.
Frankly, I'm shocked.
Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was hiding a knife blade inside.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among the law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief, Yatagarasu.
Then maybe Mr. Rell really was the Yatagarasu. And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. Damn. Just kind of hitting us with that, okay? That is very cool. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
Suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned. Because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
A simpleton of a man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence he had. Mr. Rel was caught in the act, on film by security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I'd thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera.
The Cadopian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify... Ooh, hold on. I had a thought. Okay. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. Alright, so last week I was hypothesizing that because the TV was on, it was playing a video of a gunshot, and then that is what they heard. That's what you and Bad and everybody else heard right before recess ended. And what they thought was the murderous gunshot. But it actually probably happened much earlier than that. And then the tape was just played to make it sound like that there was a gunshot later and bring everybody's attention to the room. So, this could have been that tape because the sound of the gunshot is crystal clear. So that's interesting.
So, the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want someone to see the moment of someone's death.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. That's odd. A short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. It's in the VCR!
Surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
The video showing the moment in which Mr. Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor? Are you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I do not lick my duties. What do you take me for? That's not what she said. Judge, please. No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I'll have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. September 10th, 6 p.m., District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Why does this look like our angry Interpol agent? That's Detective Bad, but who's he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it? Oh, shit. I don't remember his voice. Like, crap, am I using the wrong voice for Bad? Oh, no. I only have so many voices I can do. No, not everywhere. Not yet, and I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Ah, it's our favorite angry Interpol agent from not China. What was that all about, and who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye on who or what is behind him at all times. So, tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? The guy came in here from the Republic of Jiangfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude. Damn.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Ah, stretch. Okay. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine. If this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him.
That is one tiny TV.
Detective Gumshoe was rather shocked at this and said it's huge compared to his own.
Ha! Anything you compare with something he owns will always seem grandiose.
Speaking of grandiose, I'd say that ego of yours could use a little deflating. We're not gonna check the VCR? Okay, fine. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to talk to him. We've already, looked at this before. Talk, there we go, that's the one I want. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say. I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you, one way or another.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we are asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. Time of the murder. I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything?
He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to get some answers from Detective Bad.
Wanna tell me about this knife, buddy?
Detective Bad. Did you know of the existence of this item in the photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu's key— Oh, we're just gonna go straight out and tell him. I thought we were gonna try to make him guess to see if he knew. Okay. Are one and the same. What? That's impossible!
It looks like he didn't know after all.
This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was, in fact, a knife. Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. Interesting. And if neither one of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for? Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad. So that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Time of the murder! Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Whoa, okay, right into it. Here we go. Detective Bad's movements. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
It sounds like the exact same story you told us before.
Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Detective Bad's movements. He's in lobby number 1. Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me. Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all. So his answer remains the same as before. I see. Talking about trivial things. I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu. Oh, hey Cat, you came back, I see. That's my water bottle. Hey Cat! I heard you eating dinner. How was that? I definitely thought you wouldn't be back to harass me after you ate dinner. We're trying to play a video game. Did you know that? Did you know that we're live on the internet, child? Don't push that. Don't move that. Please. Thank you. Trivial stuff. It was nothing important. And that's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then. Okay, I guess we're not gonna find out. Apparently it's none of our business. Heard the gunshot before the trial was gonna reconvene. Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one from the murder, that would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. Ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. Didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else? Yeah. Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something? I've been a detective for a long time, and even if I were involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sound, you can be sure I would have heard it. I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely. So the gunshot. When they heard it, they dashed out in the hallway together. I'm not sure where we're going with this yet. And why did the two of you dash out in the hallway straight away? Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. And we knew it came from somewhere nearby. And how did you know that it was a gunshot? In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know. Suppose it's only natural. Oh, hold on. Whoop, we can turn that off now. To know what a real gunshot sounds like. But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. Neo Neko rating with a party of 1. How was... What were you playing? Genshin Impact. How was Genshin Impact? 1 is the loneliest number. Oh wait, you made me raid myself. I was sitting in your... I was tabbed in your stream. Now I gotta turn that off. Okay. There we go. How was your not China Genshin Impact? Saw Gumshoe goofing around. Didn't get to do what you wanted because the NPC was used for another quest? What the heck? That's weird. Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway. Yeah. Why didn't you attest to that earlier? When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I heard the gunshot. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed. They can't be in two places at once. Well, that's unfortunate. Did you do the other quests so that you could do the what you wanted later? Most of them? Oh, okay. It sounds exactly like what Detective Bad told us before, however.
Is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about?
There just might be. No one knew that the knife is actually the Yatagarasu's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack. Didn't hear any other strange sounds, so that's the one I'm pretty sure we need to press on. But what else would he have heard? What should he have heard? Surveillance video. I mean, shouldn't he have heard people arguing? Shouldn't they have heard a scuffle? He didn't hear the balloon pop either, did he? Strewn. Okay, the only thing I can think of that would have made a sound was the balloon pop. Notes pertaining to them. Knife stab to the chest, bullet wound. The only thing I can think of that we have now that we didn't have the last time we talked to him. Very nice fountain pens. Yeah, we've already read this before. But, yeah, the only thing I can think of is the balloon. Alright, let's go with that and, let's see what happens. Objection! Ooh, we got it! Nice. Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Well, as you may already have surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about that balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Don't give me a so.
This proves that there's a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete crackling. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, Even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material. Then, you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there's no way I could have heard that sound.
No!
I knew that's what he was going to say.
Since that means that Scarface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't have heard any signs of a struggle.
No! That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids? Then why did you hear the gun? I guess a gunshot is louder.
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around.
The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet, Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh, how so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to?
It boils down to this. There must be a reason. As to how Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have.
It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh?
The state of the crime scene? Wait, can it be? A window in lobby number 1 was open to allow the perfume Miss U spilled to dissipate. Oh, because the windows were open. That was why they heard everything. Wah! And way too noisy. I'm sorry, I didn't read that thing. Oh, this is all stuff we've heard them say before.
The surveillance video? How could the piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
Logic everything together. Alright, lobby number 2 window. Anticipating the smell. The windows were open. It's simply not possible for the killer to escape through the barred windows. And yet, the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through the open barred windows. Alright, missing evidence in the very loud television.
That's what I've been saying. Check the VCR.
The pieces don't fit together quite right. Oh, shit. No? Okay. That first? Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So, no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. Okay, windows were open so the gunshot could be heard, but where did it originate from? There we go. Gotta pay attention to the questions that he's asking. Bam! We did it. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place.
Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting this time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think, for I figured out where we should look.
Check the VCR! And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television.
TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. Begin investigation! Won't rest until nook and cranny. Okay, before that, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, so let's see. Yeah, I'll just be right back. Sit tight, listen to the music, and I will be right back. Alright, and we're back. Okay. Nooks and crannies, we're gonna look around. Should we look at the window? Let's look at the window. The window is wide open. The scent of flowers. The scent of flowers is being blown in from outside. I think it softens the heavy air in here somewhat. Windows in both lobby number 1 and number 2 were opened. Maybe they were trying to air out the room just like in lobby number 1. Or maybe they sought to ease some of the tension through some fresh air. With Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell in the same room, I imagine the latter to be the case. But was there really a need to open the window just for that? VCR. It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside.
It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end.
This tape could not be the missing surveillance tape.
I suppose, but...
Detective Bad, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video? Sure, knock yourself out.
Alright then, let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rell killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. Bang!
This is the footage of Mr. Rell shooting that embassy staff member.
I knew it. The missing piece of evidence. The surveillance video was here all along. Surveillance video data jotted down in my organizer. This sound. What's the meaning of this? Hi, cat. I thought you were busy harassing somebody else in the house, and you came right back. Nope, now you can be live on the internet with me. Oh, look at you, you're so cute! Appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder.
Do you mean that you figured it all out, then?
Yes, all I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced.
Now to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and... Did you come over to pet the internet cat? He's having fun, okay. Now to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Nooks and crannies. Earlier, when Detective Gumshoe touched this, it made a most terrible racket.
You mean when Scoffy turns the television on, right?
Actually, come to think of it, I don't think Detective Gumshoe actually touched the television at all. Furthermore, it seemed more like when a video feed suddenly stops. At least it did to me.
I wonder why is that? Why that is?
Okay, and so... deduce. Spots not connected to any of the evidence they hold. Oh wait, we probably have to do the window with the thing. Yeah? Yeah, okay. The window is open because it's related to this. Eureka! If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed. Did you redeem Pato the Cato so you could come over and Pato the Cato? Or is it so I would stop ignoring him because he's like, pay attention to me? Jericho. Yeah, look at you. You're so cute. You should show the world and the internet how cute you are. Jericho, look up here. Look up. No? No one will look up? This Kato is being patoed. Now his face is live on the interwebs. Draco. Did you just slap me? You're funny. The killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser.
That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were.
However, what happened in reality was Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot.
Well, the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it.
But then why would the criminal open the window in the first place?
To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose.
Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this.
And why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction.
Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. When the murder occurred. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? Crime scene when the crime took place. The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes. And they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. Bang!
So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period, and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Ooh. Hey, full health. Cool. Mr. Edgeworth! Yes, what is it? Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something.
It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
Understood. Please tell her that I'll be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. To be continued! Alright, so... not to worry, we are going to keep going. But I'm going to go get some more hot water for my tea and a fresh tea bag. So listen to a little bit of jazz music and I'll BRB again. I know I just took a break, but it's a good time to get more tea. Alright, tea is steeping. Let's resume. September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court Courtroom, number 3. Okay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for has already... Okay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought.
What do we... Okay, we're just gonna be at our tables. Sure.
I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've always been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest? Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see. We even have a viewer in the gallery. And why, even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must be, without a doubt, Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have? You perish, please. I mean, yeah, she's pretty annoying. Don't like her.
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion and this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think?
How absolutely like a rookie to say such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony.
My logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is to prove it, by showing who the real killer is. Misuse argument.
Everyone says the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve. Press everything? Press everything. That's what I heard. Alright. Everyone's got an alibi. The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you, this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that is correct.
But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking.
I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding. Alright, areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly searched. Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
The scrunched eyebrows and lines on your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through the window and into the garden?
That's the first place everyone looked, silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. No possible escape route. Are you absolutely positive there are no possible routes of escape?
Of course I'm sure.
And why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there were an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest to you use a bit more of it in the future.
Detective Gumshoe's the killer, so she says. You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
But you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing.
I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. Suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisco or myself speaking with you about the subject.
Ah, but there were witnesses for you. There is your mentor who gave you an alibi.
I see.
As for the little missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Korma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty?
What about them?
Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time?
What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Bat and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? The gunshot was a trap meant to manipulate our perception of the...
Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated?
Videotape. Here you go.
That tape?
Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is a surveillance tape of Mr. Rell, the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded into the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up.
You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video.
Ah, but I do, which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. She's nervously putting her makeup on. This chick is up to something. That's the only thing I can think of too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. It played from the beginning. It would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles?
Yes, of course. We knew about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago.
That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day.
And?
That's it! End of story.
But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room? Window was open. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened.
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at that time.
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window open in lobby number 1? Her fucking perfume! The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... It was you! Miss Callisto, you. I hereby formally indict you on the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. Damn!
What? You indict me?
It was Manfred von Karma, I wish.
Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. Because she's the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now?
Of course I do, Edgeworth.
My argument must not be tight enough yet.
Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance. Quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right?
Miss Yu's rebuttal.
You argue that the window was open, however, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
Rude? This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now's the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Her motive has been obvious for so long. Yeah, she like fucking hates everybody because of her sister. Miss User Battle. Do I have proof? Yes, I do, but we're gonna press you. Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away.
Be my guest.
She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose.
What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows, lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis?
Not necessary. Yes, I'll be fine.
Oh, well in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright?
Do I have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? I thought I just proved that it was.
Sure, you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime.
Unfortunately for you, Miss Yu, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is itself very important.
How so?
By the very existence of that tape at the crime scene, it proves the possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated. And that possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically, it means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can reevaluate afterwards.
So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was at this point.
She's shocked we go around accusing people of murder. Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things my own way.
Oh, I see that you're not laughing for a change. Because I'm shocked.
Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let us continue with this testimony.
Aha! Alright, but let me say just one thing. You shouldn't go around accusing people.
Especially with logic as full of holes as ours. Rude! Full of holes? Well, I suppose it might be.
Oh, admitting to your faults now, are we?
At this point in time, is what I meant to say.
Should I take that to mean that you're just a sore loser? No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plug them one at a time, I will ultimately make my way to the truth. What a paradox! Take care not to fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Miles, do you remember, don't you, about why the window in lobby number 1 was opened? Yes, of course I do. And that's how I'll attack. I'll present the reason why the window had to be opened.
Alright, now we can do it. Do I have proof that it was her who did it? No, but I have proof that it was you who caused it. Objection! I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Aha, Edgeworth. I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know.
This isn't mine.
That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bot, you see.
Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like. We know at least this much for sure. That this bottle of perfume was given to Detective Bad by you.
Because it gets really strong, really fast. So, what about the perfume?
Oh no, his fragile masculinity? Hey, Chiriko. I know! Shit! Sorry, I turned the cam on so the whole world can see you. Because you keep coming back. While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to the Detective Bad.
Oh, I know.
You also knew that if he spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know.
So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at this time. You mean? Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1, when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought up by you, Miss Yu. Whoa! Lipstick smudge. Hey, where'd it go? Magic.
You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume? Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday.
Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
What are you gonna say to me now, woman? Why it couldn't be her?
Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Rude, but true.
In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless.
Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking in information, I'll just draw it out of her. Press everything. She's calling us over the top. I think I already explained the significance of that earlier.
You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. But that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character.
Do as you like. But as for me, I believe.
You believe?
I believe that you are the true culprit in this case.
My, you're enthusiastic. Of course, I should have guessed.
Bring in the Von Karma name into it. I formally request that you desist in your attack against my mentor. Yeah, Phoenix has to do it later.
Yes, or he'll sue you for defamation. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire.
How dare you?
Say such a thing!
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
Aw, why did you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall I continue?
Couldn't have been her who killed Faraday. Why? And why exactly could you not have killed him?
I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth.
Your preferences have no bearing on what is at hand.
Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we? Miss you! You will desist in this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy.
Sorry. Miss Yu, please continue with your testimony.
Sure. As I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday.
Doesn't know where the knife came from. At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she might have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag.
Miles, what do you think you are doing?
I'm drawing the truth out of her, and that's what I'm doing.
Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier.
Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use.
Ah, so that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside of Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent.
You're not supposed to know about that.
And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest.
Never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might have penned what you just said to your testimony.
Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like.
Let's press it first. I'm sure we have some evidence that says that she was not supposed to know about that.
There was a key in his evidence bag, but you simply can't kill anyone with a key.
With a simple key. Miss Yu, I would just like to confirm something with you one more time.
Oh, about what's going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this?
I don't need to ask you about that, because he isn't the killer.
Looks like the number of wrinkles on your forehead have increased yet again.
That issue aside, Miss Yu, I'd like to ask you about what was inside the bag. You are sure it was the Yatagarasu's key, correct?
Yes, I'm sure. Which is why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from.
I think I've just spotted the road to a perfect victory. Finally, it would appear that you have revealed your true identity, Miss Yu.
Miles, your final statement.
Yes, I know. All I have to do now is to present the evidence. But what is this ominous feeling that I can't shake? Uh-oh. Didn't know where the knife came from. Key in his Evans bag.
Can't kill anyone with a key.
Hold on. Where is... Weapon used to kill Faraday has secret ability to change into the key the Yatagarasu sent. Okay, so I guess we want to start with this one. And then we're gonna have to go into how the hell did she know about that? You can prove he's a phony. As long as he has the key, you can prove. Okay, so let's present the knife, I guess. Alright, let's try it. Objection! Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it is in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife, which means that what was inside of Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not?
Yes.
Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key.
I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know.
You would, even now, still feign ignorance.
I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa?
Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real.
Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing?
He is satisfied now. But of course you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was?
Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rell off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
What you're saying is simply not possible.
Oh, and why not?
Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife.
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. Ooh, got you! What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition?
Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have had much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh?
How can you laugh at a time like this?
She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
Suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you knew the real nature of the knife.
Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me?
Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into the knife? The Yatagarasu? There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of this key.
And that is?
And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. And that is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Ooh. Definitely thought it might have been the Wait, so how did Kei inherit the title of Yatagarasu then? Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Miss Yu. You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do you do something like this?
Little crazy laughing's happening. Oh my god, she's losing her shit. She's losing it. Who would have thought that you... Laughing hella hard. Yeah, she is. By the way, hi. How's it going? How's your weekend, Dr. Lupin? A stupid rookie prosecutor would see through me. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than when I sneak into some place.
You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me! Callisto, you!
Callisto, you, huh? That's not my real name. Oh my god, is she actually Cece? Is Cece not dead and she's really Cece? Wait, hold on. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. What the heck is she going on about? Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. And that's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both.
But didn't you say that you despised criminals?
But do I really?
Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too?
Maybe. What sort of woman would...
So then, was it your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent?
Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion.
She snuck in a murder weapon for herself! That's sneaky.
With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. because no one in their right mind would think that something like this could be a weapon. I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I'd changed the key into a knife inside the plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there's no reason for you to kill Mr. Rell as well. Believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. And how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they'd kill each other. And the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rell help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. Wow. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Damn, she is a shitty attorney. Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Kodopian Embassy staff member, Dead Man. You ordered a hit job? You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad. I had Dead Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? This only serves to mess Edgeworth up even more about defense attorneys and criminals in general. Yeah, that's very fair. He's like, all defense attorneys are scum, and it's like, this one's crazy. Don't judge everybody else because of this. It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. What? Wow, I didn't see that one coming. How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Cocken too, do you? Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. Toyota Galasso claims to be a noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu. You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh! Okay! Well then! Shit's going down. Yep, yes it is. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. Who gave her a gun? You even handed the Yatagarasu key right to me without a second thought. Oh shit, she's got the key! Everything may not have gone according to my plan, but I'll still gladly take it. No, I don't want to die! You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes of your negligence. You two, down! Oh no, Francesca! My body, I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right!
You! Oh, she running. You okay there, buddy? Are you alright, Francesca?
I am perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? Oh, she ran after. Oh, shits! It's a gunshot. Holy shitbags. September 10th, 7 o'clock p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Damn, we were at the courthouse all day long. Why did they leave the door unguarded like they had just caught a criminal? Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's so many police around the freaking courthouse because of this case. Why did nobody catch her? Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. He's sweating! The poor man. This poor man. He may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. Police were a little ineffective here. Yeah, just a little bit. But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma. Oh, we got respect! Are you two hurt? Respect points earned.
I'm absolutely fine.
I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know, she followed you! I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Aww. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? Here, you got it, Pops! Oh, father figure! How nice. Bad's a good man, yeah. Bad is not bad. Bad is in fact good.
Pops, watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we?
Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should head back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad. And take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. We're gonna see him in the last case, aren't we? I assume it's the last case, because it's getting long. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. Oh, Judge. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. It was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have His Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. Well, so long as you're not fired. You still gonna dock the poor man's pay? You should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? What is it? What was it that Kay left for me, the proof of their friendship? Swiss roll! Swiss roll! Bam! She wants you to eat it. It's a courthouse special Swiss roll! Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now. Don't drop it. Bruh. The power of the Swiss roll. Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective.
He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own.
Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Whoop! That was good, pal! Can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day! It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
He only noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first. You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
And the beginning of a beautiful friendship that will last several games and involve dogs and metal detectors. Beautiful friendship. And a lot of docked pay. Yeah, this man is gonna be poor and surprisingly not homeless. Since nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. Fair.
We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what happened to Papa.
Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry, I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. Ha 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 ha! We've played that before. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I've tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. You love him as a bestie friend. Don't worry about it. I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... Man's got it where it counts. He loves him. Yeah. Don't deny it. Oh yeah, hey, back in the present. Oh, yeah, sort of back in the present.
So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. Ah, the blue badger. Kay, it's been a while. Run from the blue badger? Not as scary as the proto badger, the one with the no eyes. That shit is freaky. Like, why would you do that? Who did that?
Hey, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after that. Where you been all this time?
Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right.
So, does it make all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was just going through my father's bookshelves recently, and...
Actually, there's still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay.
Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father.
What? Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu? What the fuck?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently. and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu.
So was it the... So was you pretending to be the Yatagarasu so that she could probably, you know, make a shit ton of money? And then Faraday was like, no? What the fuck? How dare you? How dare you slander me? Sully in the name, how dare you? Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I guess we're gonna find out, but
That was written in his diary, and that's how I knew for sure.
No, for sure, sorry. But that's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just that expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
Alright then, how do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Oh! That's how he was able to break in everywhere.
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed, and the Yatagarasu is no more. Despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you?
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
Yatagarasu sends card to embassy? Whoa! What is up with this Kodopian embassy? What is Kodopia? What does this have to do with stuff? There's a lot of people, like, want to tattle on the smuggling ring work here for some reason. The Yatagarasu sent the embassy a calling card.
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Kalista, you ladies behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
But the Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone could help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father and Miss Yu's identities backwards?
Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. I want to revive the real, noble Yatagarasu.
How does Edgeworth remember all those details from 7 years ago? To be fair, he did forget for a while. And then he saw his booger scarf that she washed. But she definitely got a lot of snot all over it when she was a kid. And he was like, oh yeah, this thing! All his memories were wrapped up in that cravat.
If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Okay. Hey, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth! You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman? You mean Kalista Yu?
I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? Owe me for what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. After all, that's what a gentleman does. Yeah, wrong game. Edgeworth not always that nice, but he's making an effort now, so that's fine. you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you!
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Isn't that great, Kay?
He's so excited. Oh, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, the lovable oaf.
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. All the memories were in the snot cravat, I'm telling you! Ugh, what is with their chummy relationship? The power of the snot cravat. The great thief, Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Byron Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief, Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Save point, please. Hey, alright. Turnabout Blaze! Okay, before we start, we're gonna start it. But before we start, let's take a quick little break. Everybody go stretch. Let me put on the jazz music. Go stretch, take your breaks, grab water, go to the bathroom, all that stuff, whatever. Quick break. We'll do a 1 minute ad. You're not gonna miss anything, I promise. It's just a 1 minute ad just to get that out of the way so we can turn off the pre-roll. And it's just gonna be this screen. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break, and then we will be right back and resume this, okay? So I'll see you guys all in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Hey, I'm back. Okay. So, I even grabbed my water bottle I forgot about somewhere in the house. I was like, oh yeah, I should probably grab that. That would be the smart thing to do. Alright, let me drink some tea. And also finish the other bottle of water. That would be a good thing to do. Alright. We're hydrated. I stretched. Everything is good. Let's start. Let's start this. Episode 5, Turnabout Blaze. Here we go. Dun dun dun. That's a match. 2 cards. One of the Black Raven. And one of the White Raven. A country torn in two. One to the west, and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again. The truth will reveal itself. Do Jangfa and Kodopia have something to do with each other? It's the Yatagarasu! The Yatagarasu's here! That's fire. You accursed Yatagarasu. K. You. 8 hours earlier. Well, something's on fire. I'm assuming that's the embassy that's on fire. March 14th, 10:17 a.m. Hey, this is White Day. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Me too, me too! Ah, tea. Except I'm not using a fancy teacup like you, but tea nonetheless. Especially after what a whirlwind of the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewaterland theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. You're having a terrible couple of days, Edgeworth. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of many cases, back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. About that. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, sorry, wrong person. I definitely thought it was gonna be Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth! This is big! Big, I tell you!
Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind.
What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't gonna just find yourself, you know.
Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake.
Say what?
Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay.
What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see.
Oh, and that is?
Take a look at this.
On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. This case is memorable at the very least? Okay, that's fair. That's quite a bold declaration to send out to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this.
The date the card mentions is today.
Today, huh?
Come on, we've got to hurry. The embassy awaits.
I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating?
Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today?
I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up.
Well then, you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman.
You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Baron Faraday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom.
She makes me so mad. The phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article. It looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. Oh, it's reversed! Well, that's kind of weird. It's a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No, no reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me. I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around! March 14th, 5 o'clock p.m. Theatrum Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing. And this is where... Beta Kid. Our tale begins. It's always with the Steel Samurai. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that the Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Just an extra bonus for Edgeworth? Yeah, he does apparently really like the Steel Samurai. And there's reporters and everything. Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai, sushi slice. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. Suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Oh, that's interesting. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries? The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast, right? Alright, this is nerdy. This is anime nerdy. But that just reminds me of Alabasta from One Piece. Spelled completely different, but the pronunciation very similar. Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja! The Republic of Babal is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. Oh no. That's something for fangirls like me. We've totally got to see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja's show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So, anyway, about today's event. What's it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Abal Goodwill Jubilee. That is quite the name. That is something. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. Why is it so long? I don't know. Because neither country would give in and needed to have their full name in there. Okay, I don't know. Politics. Because politics. There you go. That's the reason. Because politics.
These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Codopia. Oh! So 7 years ago, Codopia still existed, and then somewhere between 7 years ago and now, they were like, pew, split. And now we got Alabast and Babal. Codope, yeah. Music's very grand. Yes, it is.
Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and the butterfly motifs to this day. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have been split in two. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? What does it mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something.
Oh, excuse me. What were we talking about again?
If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had pretty bad relationship with each other, but supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event.
If that's the case, then why the verses? That's very true.
Also, both countries claim to own the real Primidux statue, a national treasure to both.
Oh, one of you's got a fake. That's always fun. Smuggling ring, hi. Hello. What if they're both fake and the smugglers took the real one?
They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal.
Neither of them! Ooh. Kay, need I remind you to take care and not to succumb to your thieving desires?
Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself, you know that.
She'd better be saying that in jest.
Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you.
I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Oh, alright, time to look around. Investigating. Got it memorized?
It's a very festive...
Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Whoops! It's a very festive atmosphere in here.
Yep, super festive. I'm really happy for the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. It's great that they have re-established diplomatic relationships. The newspaper says that it's almost like they're Codopia once again.
Perhaps we are bearing witness to a historic moment in time.
Hey, look! They're selling some commemorative merchandise to celebrate this event. Founders Codopia biscuits. And over here, they're selling Royal Codopia biscuits.
It would seem that they have yet to reconcile their competitive spirits. Kay's the only assistant in the series who doesn't steal anything. She's literally a thief. That's also very fair, because Maya had sticky fingers and... you know. Okay. Wait, hold on. Is that all? I can't talk to you about anything else? No? Okay. Yeah. Alright. Hi, reporter lady.
And we're here, reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say.
Will I? Okay, that was good. Let's do one more run-through. Excuse me, but when you are ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sensed that she didn't hear a single word I just said. Edgeworth wants to be on TV! This is the perfect angle. Go, my image! Travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe! A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. There are pamphlets about the 2 embassies here on this table. Embassy of Babal, Embassy of Alabast, and Theatrum Neutralis. That's neat. It still looks weird to me. The country split into 2 a few years back. And they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh? I guess that's because they don't have the money to build 2 separate ones, huh? Yeah, I imagine that costs quite a bit. I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just have to help myself to one of these. Hey, we got a map. Very nice. What's all the hubbub? Uh-oh. Ugh.
Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he's got a son, the Iron Infant with...
The Iron Infant. Got the Pink Princess, the Steel Samurai, and the Iron Infant. Okay. Okay. Alright. Sure. Thanks, game. Thanks for that. At least the alliteration tracks, yeah. Yep. We're gonna finish looking around over here.
You know, I've seen a lot of these shows with something, but today's show was like they went for a complete comedy. Yeah, and that last move, the sushi slice, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And that Pink Princess moves were really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know. I totally thought something Pink Princess had bad hips. Seriously? Just what were they thinking, you know? Suppose there's no graceful way to enter this conversation. Pink Princess is probably Wendy Oldbag. Calling it. It's the only old person I can think of. And she works for Global Studios. Let's try that again. You know, I've seen a lot of these shows in a bunch of other places, but today's show was like they went for a complete comedy, know what I mean? Yeah, and that last move, the sushi slice, I couldn't help but laugh. I know, right? And that Pink Princess's movements were really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could have swear that I heard her hip crack. Okay. Okay. Whew. I was like, hold on, I need to make sure, because I missed some of that combo. 10 more minutes. No, and 5 more minutes. But isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use. Would someone please just tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance? Leave me alone! I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now. I don't think that's what your problem is, buddy. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face.
Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. It's the Alabastan Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy, I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now.
Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard.
The national flag of the Kingdom of Alabast is on display here. The crest on it features a flower.
Flowers and butterflies are kind of rare motifs for flags, don't you think?
Well, when they used to be Codopia, the government used to take pride in its land. The citizens also love the rich, bountiful nature all around them, thus the design.
Hey, if the Steel Samurai got popular enough, do you think they'd put him on their flag?
Are you in your right mind, Kay? Investigates while vibing to the Steel Samurai theme? Yep, pretty much that's what we're doing.
Or maybe the Jammin' Ninja would make a better candidate.
Don't make me laugh, Kay. Only the Steel Samurai deserves such an honor. You are such a fanboy, Edgeworth! Weeb, yeah. No, can't talk to the camera. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's good. Alright, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop! Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Oh no, it's a lot of heart! Once more. In 3, 2, 1, action! Okay, was that my fault just now?
Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone?
The national flag of the Republic of Babal is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly.
It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal on it.
Not really. I can list off at least a few. I can list at least a few off for you that do. Edgeworth stands uncomfortably close to people in this game. Yep, he gets all up in their personal space.
Okay, then are there any flags with really chic things on them?
Chic things? That's pretty vague, Kay. Although, by my definition, there aren't really any flags that feature a chic object.
Aw, that's too bad, because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it.
What exactly would you do with a stolen national flag, Kay? Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. The Babalese embassy is just beyond these doors, sir. Do you have some business with the embassy? Do you require immediate access? No, that's quite alright. Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republic of Babal. These guys seem friendly. They're much nicer than the Kingdom of Alabast.
Well then, since we're here...
An embassy isn't some sort of theme park, Kay.
You're such a buzzkill.
I dig it. There's a flat panel, a tape deck, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. I suppose it's so the visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure.
I guess it really is just that popular, huh?
Yes, although I never thought I would see it reach this level of popularity. I wonder why they decided to call on the Steel Samurai for an event like this.
I mean, it's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with a Steel Samurai sword instead.
Wouldn't that go against the whole point of this event? Hey kid! It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of the Steel Samurai. I like how he can tell what season the episode is from, because that means he watches it and has watched it a lot. Enough to know which one's the first season and all that. And he paid attention to it.
Go, go! Keep on fighting until your last breath! Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai!
Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. Edgeworth, you are that child. These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Miss Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Ha! Never underestimate my powers of recollection. You didn't recall her when you met her? Lotta, can I help you?
Where in tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me to not engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. Oh, Lotta Heart. Hold on. I want to look at the Iron Infant first. I want to know if the Iron Infant is a doll or if there's an actual person in there. Oh, it won't let me look at it. Alright, I guess I'll talk to the Steel Samurai. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for?
Please, excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. You fanboy! To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai, Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Okay. Steel Samurai Daddy. Sure, why not? It looks like he's written something down for you. It doesn't sound right. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh my god. To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Wow, an autograph. Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? There's only one married man in Tokyo. No, there's only one married man in Neo Old Tokyo, apparently. How do they know who you are, Edgeworth? Because you know who the actor is. Steel Samurai's autograph received. Perfect. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Alabas to shake the hand of the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country after all. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? He better not die again. We've too much death involving the Steel Samurai. There's a lot of murder in this game. Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera! In just a few seconds, the Jamming Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jamming Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Babal at that time. The Jamming Ninja show is about to start. We've got to get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If we miss even a second of the Jamming Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. Ugh, I suppose you're not about to give me much choice here. Oh no, what is this? What is this? Alright, let's take a look. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please, excuse me. It's just you fanboy. He is a fanboy. To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai, Daddy, married man, Neo Old Tokyo. The way they phrase that is still... It's a thing. That was a thing, and they did it, and here we are. Alright, moving on. Let's go watch the Jamming Ninja. How about that? That show's doesn't have weird names. I could listen to that A Ninja Marked for Death's Lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jamming Ninja's greatest weapon. Didn't we do a thing where the Jamming Ninja died? Those pieces of Jamming Ninja merchandise over there. I've got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misola wears in her hair. Anyway? Hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank.
No way! I just know the Yatagarasu will show up.
But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards.
Yeah, I did, but...
I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase.
But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card.
A genuine fake?
Don't pay no mind to that Midna in the background. She's cranky about something. I don't know what. Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now?
We've got a problem! The Yatagarasu has been spotted in Alabast! What?
Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony! Hey, what gives?
I'm sorry, but I'll need to search you before you may enter. Intense music?
What the? Hey, the steel stair I just waltzed straight on through without one. Now if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape.
Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Babal and climb over the wall to Alabast.
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another? Kay, are you listening to me?
Kay Faraday, and I'm coming through.
Yes, and welcome! Someone stop her. Anyone! Not in Babal! They're too friendly. March 14th, 6:12 p.m., open air stage. Kay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Fire! This is too big for us to handle! Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babal, too! You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay, you had better be alright, wherever you are. Girl, you okay? March 14th, 9:45 p.m., Babali's Embassy, Secretariat's Office. Man cares to,
I told you it wasn't me.
Kay, are you alright?
Do I look alright to you? Now, can you do something about this woman?
Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. Oh, that is a dead man!
It wasn't me! He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open-air stage.
Compared to Nick, Edgy could do with a bit more cardio. Yeah, apparently, because Phoenix has to run a lot. A suspicious person?
A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Na, I believe your name is correct. And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? Stretch. Okay. You refuse to answer?
I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Huh. Hey, pal! Just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. No, we're in an embassy, so that's not quite how that works. And seeing as how this building is sitting in our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Again, not how that works. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Gumshoe, please. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what you mean, right? Whistling happens in the distance. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir! Extraterrestrial rights, yeah. Please leave this matter in Interpol's hands and go home. Mr. Edgeworth! Hey, you're not... Mr. Edgeworth! In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Oh, shit! No, it's Francesca! Eek! Yay! Who did she arrest? Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Manny was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. Is this Manny Calkin, the guy who's a part of the smuggling ring? In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca? Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct. Already? Sorry. Already? What is it? Ambassador Paleno. And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running out the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet. But at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Oh, he gave her power. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games. Right, let's begin the investigation. Well, here we go. Babalese Embassy's Secretariat's office. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? It's a missed opportunity to play as Francisca? Yeah. Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Babalese Embassy today. And why are police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatakarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir.
Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years. It was more or less a mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. Looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Ah! Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even packet noodles anymore. Stop cutting the poor man's salary, shit! Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please do not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat. Poor Gummy, yeah. But there's a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Prima Duck statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. That's what I was thinking. Babal's Prima Duck statue data jotted down in the organizer. Well, that's a thing. Let's talk to a Gumshoe. Yes, sir? The murder. While you were on guard duty, did you notice anything unusual? Well, I was on watch inside the embassy, but unfortunately I didn't run into the Yatagarasu, sir. But I did talk to an officer who was on duty near the border between the two embassies, who told me that not a single person crossed the boundary during the incident. I see. Investigation into the fire and the Yatagarasu are a mess thanks to both events. I'm so confused, sir. Should I be putting the fire out or investigating? What do you think, sir? Aren't you old enough to solve your own problems yet, detective? Oof. I'd like an update on how the investigation is going. Hell yeah! Well, it's going, sir! In other words, no one has any idea of what happened here, correct? Put it simply, yeah, you got it, sir. But we do know that something happened in this room, sir. Any moron with a pair of eyes can see what happened, detective. Aww. Well, anyway, let's investigate every single nook and cranny in this room, sir. Nook and cranny is really you two? We have to get serious or Kay will end up getting arrested as the killer. Yes, I'm already well aware of that. Oh. In order to find out what really happened here in this room, we will need to gather whatever information we can. It's time to take a good look. I'm trying to steal Edgeworth's catchphrase. Hey, it's another butterfly! I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babal. National symbol that adorns the national flag. Alabaster flower is its counterpart. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir! Kay, are you alright?
You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right?
Yes, of course I don't. And I promise to prove that it wasn't you.
That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can.
No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true.
Go ahead and try, then, if you're that confident.
I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Sorry, pouring tea. You know what would be, like, the biggest plot twist ever? Is if that's actually Callisto Yu in disguise. Because what is she doing here without lying? Well, maybe they split up. I don't know. A small personal safe. That would just be a huge plot twist. It'd be funny.
That was Mr. Corkin's office. So perhaps he stored his most important documents in here.
Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. I'll get to your body in a sec. That's some fireplace! You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? If these are a staple in every Baba Lee's house, then I bet Santa Claus pays him a visit, too! Just how old are you again, detective? Oh my god. Gumshoe, please! Hello? Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting the investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site. You got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we just do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. So, our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it.
Manny Quokkin, I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable.
The cause of death is a stab to the neck. To the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back.
We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle.
So, Mr. Quokkin was stabbed to death in the middle of the raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? Notes on Quokkin's body jotted down in the organizer. Nooks and crannies. Oh! Gee, I wonder what this is! Appears to be something in his pocket. This key. Can't be. Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago?
What? But that's...
Huh? 7 years ago? Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Eek!
Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in.
Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. I feel like the victim right now, all trampled on, sir. Suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... We're gonna flip it. We're gonna flip it. Alright, come on. Please. There we go. And whoop! Oh, wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. Yatagarasu's key data jotted down in my organizer. Oh, hold on. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade.
I remember this as well. It's a fine motif, isn't it?
Yes, it looks like the two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. That's a flower, and the handle has butterflies. So this is a Kodopian thingy thing. That's interesting. Fine, sir. I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement.
The real question is, why was the Babalese Embassy's secretariat holding this?
Well, we don't know how Mr. Quokkin came to possess the key. We do know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kodopian embassy.
That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer.
I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia.
Why don't you ask Ambassador Paleno about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Cordobian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have.
This man. Where do I know him from? It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound.
Indeed.
Where do we know? Oops, sorry. Over-clicking. Hello, knife. Is this knife the murder weapon?
Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound.
I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. The knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Well, it's also just covered in blood, so just like the last thing that I said was artsy.
But the handle is pristine, there's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful.
Interesting. Knife data in the organizer, okay. Is there anything else we should be looking at? I mean, no, I think we got everything. If I need to look more at that later, I will. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. Ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that's installed on one's ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Oof. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Looks like there's one missing. Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. Guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire.
So even the knives that fell victim to the fire.
Not supposed to stare at it, Gumshoe? Yeah, you're not. Ambassador Paleno, are these knives yours?
Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babal. These butterfly-themed knives, along with the Alabas' own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state!
Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Paleno, what is this notch here for?
Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course.
I see, so these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. Interesting. There's a lot of skilled detailing on the handle. I believe this is a butterfly. This is one amazing ornamental knife. And I'm really glad that this beautiful butterfly wasn't ruined by blood. There's not even a drop of blood on it. It really is quite exquisite. So much that even you can understand its beauty, Detective. Hey, why do you always have to look down at my taste, sir? Know what I like, and this is really well crafted. Why do I look down on its tastes? Because, my dear detective, I'm afraid your tastes are usually quite questionable. This knife, it would appear that the handle is removable. I guess some people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. Yeah, I'm pretty darn sure that this is actually most likely one of the Alabas knives. And it's just got the handle from Babal instead. So this is what took Mr. Calkin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade. Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days, but knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, just like how this one's practically drenched in it, huh, sir? Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Excuse me. That's definitely suspicious. Whoop. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babalese embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Babalese are studying American culture and our tourism industry. They have plans to make the Babalese tourism industry truly flourish, and they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said if I bring these with me to Babal, I can trade them in for a few buffets. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babal? Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I have to. You would die. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? It looks like this was once a great-grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it manages to... That's quite enough, detective. There are still some burnt objects scattered on the floor. Well, burnt things get burnt, and then they become burnt things, you know? Ah, logic. No, because there's no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as burnt thing. Was it a burnt thing, or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir. Yes, I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend. Oof. What's up, sir? I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Poleno, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That, and only that. I ask you to cooperate, not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Calkin's as well. You are a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no! These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember, the Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. Manny Calkin. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Calkin. He was my secretary, and the embassy secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything. Accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So, in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So, your Mr. Calkin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee the embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. Renovations? What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So, renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Hold on, I forgot I need to show everybody my badge. Here, you should look at this. Oh, is that a prosecutor's badge? It has a very cool design. Aha! I know. We should start selling items like these as souvenirs in Babal. The tourists will go absolutely nuts over them. Please don't compare a proud symbol of my profession to a cheap souvenir. Codopia. Ambassador Poleno. I was wondering if I may ask you about Codopia. Codopia? Alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cockin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh! How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Codopia. And how did you come to that conclusion? It is both of Codopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still in Codopia. This key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago by the Yatagarasu.
Ambassador Poleno, this key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu.
Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into the embassy at that time? I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny was still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Cockin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. Interesting. Francesca?
Miles Edgeworth,
What is it?
let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect.
What's with that giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francesca.
Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me.
I thought Francesca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? Why is she here when she's supposed to be overseeing in pursuit of a smuggling ring? Because they'd probably let her back here. The murder.
I was investigating at the Alabastan embassy when I got wind of this mess.
Ah, that's right. The Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well.
Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. So there was an incident at the Alabastan embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babalese embassy.
Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh?
I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastan embassy, acting as a bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there.
Interesting. I'm gonna show you my badge too. Look, Francesca.
What about your prosecutor's badge? I have one too, you know.
Yes, so you do. But seeing as I'm not currently a proper prosecutor, I thought I'd give presenting it a try.
Is that any way for you to act towards your superior?
Ooh, I got him whipped. Sorry, Edgeworth. As if threatening a whipping is the proper way of lecturing someone. Yatagarasu.
So, the suspect in the murders that occurred in this office is a little girl, I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu?
Kay would never harm a soul, sir!
Kay?
You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday.
So, she's that feisty little girl.
Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life.
I see.
Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, "I'll be there to steal your dirtiest secret." All we had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract and it's going on the rap sheet. How do we know they didn't steal anything, though?
If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight.
How do you know that? I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. Do we need to deduce anything here? Never hurts to take another look. No, we're not going to deduce anything. Okay. Let's do... I guess it's time to do some logic. What can we connect? What do we got? Well, there's a locked safe and there's a key. So do these go together? We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Cockin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket has literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. That's a false back. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. Nooks and crannies. Again. So, that's clearly suspicious. What is this here? Looks like the ripped up corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before. It's called a false back. Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. Yeah, that's clearly too shallow. What do you mean? What I mean is the secret to the safe is that it has 2 compartments. It's completely empty. It's a crack in there. 2 compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can see the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there's an extra bit of space behind the back wall of the safe. In other words, the safe is a second compartment. What?
I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there's no other lock or keyhole in sight.
Actually, there's one more spot of interest to me on this safe.
Oh?
Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock.
The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer.
Oh. Hey, there's a key. There's a hole here, sir. It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole. That's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kind of like a star, don't you think, sir? Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole. Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole is shaped so weirdly, you know? Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking things? Nah, there's no way I could ever do that. Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me. Is it connected to any of the evidence? It's connected to the key. Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francesca?
The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's locking mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more.
Is that so? The person who used the safe, Mr. Cocken, made sure that this safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. He's in his head? Yeah. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out?
You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to that hidden compartment of the safe?
That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatagarasu's key is the key that will open it.
The Yatagarasu's key? Mas Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke.
Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe.
We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key.
Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Calkin's safe in the Kodopian embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see?
What are you talking? Ah!
It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. It's like, if it's not the keyhole side, it has to be the knife side. When viewed head-on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe.
But that's preposterous!
Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago, we fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance.
Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scuffy, hurry up and open that safe.
Eek! Yes, sir. Opening it now, sir. These items, they're... It's a bunch of funny-shaped things. I guess they're pieces of something...
You're in the way. You're in the way, Scruffy. Sorry. You're in the way. Now move, Scruffy.
I didn't think I was in the way.
These pieces of art, they're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world.
I figured as much. These are the treasures that the section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a thorough examination is required. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Eek!
Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break?
This is just me, or does she hit one of the pieces of art just now? Damn! This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Beats me, sir. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, detective? What? Mr. Calkin's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. Interesting. Stolen art. How much are they worth? Don't touch. What else am I supposed to be looking at? To build this sort of trick into one's safe is really something. Yeah, it's neat how this safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that at the other end of the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed. Wonder if Mr. Cocken was just paranoid or if he had the secrets of that great of value. Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then, when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was gonna stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty. Yes, sir. Don't know if there's anything else to look at. Unless this plate's special. Nope. Or if we looked at everything then. Okay, well, I'm out of ideas. What other logic do we got? Motif on the handle. I mean, those go together, right? The design on the knife's handle. It greatly resembles the special bubbly species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here. This knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. And these are the knives. I don't think it'll let me look at it closer, huh? It's just about the ornamental knives. And how we can remove the handles. Okay. I guess we can link the last two things and then see if that works. Be like, aren't you supposed to be looking for over a smuggler ring? And they're like, oh, they have a dirty little secret. Is it that they're involved with a smuggling ring? Maybe. Or these could have nothing to do with each other. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret that Yotagarasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, since the person I'm looking for is here on the Babalese embassy, huh? So how does the smuggling operation? I think I just might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Alright, time to go talk to Francisca. Before that, though, I do need to take a very quick bathroom break, so I will BRB. Sit tight, enjoy the music. At me. Stare at me. Alright, I am back. Midna was just kind of staring at me, so that was fun. Alright, let's talk to Francisca. Smuggling. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that?
Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And that is what tipped us off.
This accounting document.
It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the kingdom of Cordopia. Which means somewhere in the countries of Alabast and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring.
That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Cordopian paper document, data jotted down the organizer. It's you, aren't you? You're the head. Look how shifty you look. Alright. It's connected to her documents. Well, bam! We got your other 2 pages. Take a good look at these documents, Francisca.
It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here.
Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3?
Well, it certainly looks that way.
By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for.
Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochran himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babalis ink.
Babalis ink?
Babalis ink is a special product of the Republic of Babal. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
And that reason is?
That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochran.
I doubt he was the actual head. I'm pretty sure he's just a crony. Maybe a high-ranking crony, but a crony. His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal condition under which to run a smuggling operation.
But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice.
Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds.
You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested.
Francisca, you must know that Manny Cochran was a suspect in the KG-8 incident.
Of course I know. On top of being as the head of the smuggling ring, there is a matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved.
Hey, investigation complete. Cool.
Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be. Now, come along quietly, Yatagarasu. Kay Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochran. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here, and he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes.
What is that supposed to mean?
I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime.
Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are.
Why arrest Kay? Yes, please explain to me why you're arresting her.
Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalis embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with a body.
Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Yatagarasu?
Exactly. But it isn't just me, she calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu.
Very well. Then I shall prove the case not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manikokken.
Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of.
Rebuttal time. Here we go. Press everything. They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting the Yatagarasu that committed murder eluded us.
Of course I chased after the Yatagarasu that entered the Babalese embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight.
Snuck in using confusion of the fire.
The confusion caused by the fire? Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. Sounds like we have a phantom in our midst.
Yeah.
In a way, he could be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears.
Better not have been you, Gumshoe, accidentally starting a fire at the place you're supposed to be guarding. She claims to be the Yatagarasu. Yeah, but do you believe her? Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she's a killer.
No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, "I'll be there to steal your dirtiest secret." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Kokken for the key.
I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Ling's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She wanted smuggling shit. Are you sure about that?
So you're claiming that Kay knew that a foreign country's embassy had such documents? As stated in the calling card, the Yatagarasu was out to steal a dirty secret. Which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong! It was the fake that sent that card! Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey Mr. Edgeworth, I leave it to you to handle this.
Yes, I'd rather you did. Yatakarasu's goal, huh?
You can claim that she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined.
No one else in here with a body. Really don't think that being the first to discover the body makes her the killer by default. Yeah, that's some shitty logic.
No, but if you saw the self-purported Yatagarasu standing in front of a body, wouldn't you get a little suspicious yourself?
Even so, I'd still listen to what the person had to say before I passed judgment.
Ha! Are you talking about yourself in those times when you were under suspicion?
I think the pain of being falsely accused is something you really should experience.
I personally know that feeling really well, sir.
And given my situation, I now know exactly what it's like too. I'm fine with never experiencing it, ever. You're done with your little group conference.
So Agent Shina suspects Kay of murder simply because Kay is the Yatagarasu. But if I can prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to the murder, then I may be able to begin to reason with her. Alright. Which one? This one? She wanted to steal documents regarding the smuggling. So she killed him for the key? But she left the key was left in his pocket. Why would you leave the key in his pocket? Alright, so it's either this or the key itself. Let's try the body. Ready? Objection! Nope, not the body. Yeah. Piece of evidence and my testimony actually proves the absence of a flaw in my logic.
I was mistaken.
She'll continue. So she killed him for the key. By the way... Okay. Right, let's try it. There we go. That's the one. Objection! Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you, but there's a flaw in your logic.
Oh?
Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatakarasu, I'm certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found in Mr. Koken's body. Furthermore, the Yatakarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. Look at her sweat! By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all.
Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Koken had the key on him.
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact.
Need, reason, all this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in.
Oh, that kind of stab wound.
Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key.
Ugh.
But the fact still remains that Mr. Koken was stabbed to death.
But you've no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act.
Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes.
What?
Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars.
Definitive evidence.
The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to that girl. There's no counter-argument.
That is your definitive evidence.
You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you've got to believe me. I saw a suspicious person in the long black coat outside the embassy, I swear.
And you were in here because you were chasing this suspicious person?
That's right, I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there?
This is... I came into this room upon hearing the girl scream, and when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon.
I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me.
You can continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go?
I don't know, but I know they came in here.
That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, she has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence.
Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't.
Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up it, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can, and I will. Alright, rebuttal time. Let's do it. Knife wound is consistent. Does this mean that you already have the results back? You have confirmed that the shape of the Babalese knife's blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensics team with your own. I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear, I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you'll see in a bit.
If you can prove me wrong, please, by all means, go ahead.
The way she looks at me with disdain reminds me way too much of Callisto. That has been my intention all along. Now let us return to your testimony. Knife with butterfly handle is a murder weapon. You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes?
I was also on the search for the Yatakarasu. When I heard that the girl's scream coming from that room... When I heard that girl's scream come from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with a knife in her hands.
But I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Yatakarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights and then...
You found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet.
How many times do I have to tell you? We can't trust the words of a suspect.
The only thing you'll accept as evidence, is it?
That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime.
Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent?
I think I do, because there's one piece of evidence I find a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. Obtained it from the display rack. I ask that you please refrain from speculation.
It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate.
Miles Edgeworth, no such an ungraceful loss will not be tolerated, my subordinate. Now, rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for?
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior.
She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Shi-Na, please continue with your testimony. Three-piece set, which is designed like no other. About the three-piece set, is there really no other like it?
Let's ask Ambassador Paleno for more details, shall we?
The knives are indeed a special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babal, engraved on them. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. The national symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastan set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see.
Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue.
All points to the girl, no counter-argument. So she says. No, I believe there's still room for debate, and I'll thank you not to decide that for me.
I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at reality the way it is.
Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? Well, those aren't rose-colored.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you.
Perhaps, but our definitions of reality are a tad different.
Are the 2 of you done chatting?
Agent Sheena's proof is the Babalese knife that Kay was allegedly holding. Yeah, so, how are you going to prove that Kay didn't do it, sir? Agent Sheena wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here. Then it must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder. But you have such evidence, sir? Yep. Yes, there's only one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me. And I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. Part of 3-piece set which has a design like no other. Do I present it here? I'm not sure which statement to present it on. I know it's the knife, I just don't know which one it is. I'm gonna assume it's this one. Okay, let's go. Ready? Objection! Nope, not that statement. Okay. Testimony, no flaw in her logic, so she says. Oh shit, nope, I didn't want to press. I actually wanted to go backwards. Okay. Knife with the butterfly handle. Then why is there no blood on the handle? There we go, that's the one. Okay. Just had to figure out which statement to put it on. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth?
What are you getting at?
I'd like for you to take a look at this. There's a blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. That signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon.
It wasn't the real murder weapon?
This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Babalese knife has now been disassembled into 2 parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cocken was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Babalese knife handle, data jotted down the organizer.
Your argument isn't airtight yet.
How so?
It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing?
I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself.
You are far from normal.
Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Cocken's killer. Ooh, because this came from the other side.
What is this mark on here?
It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means.
No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar.
And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. Yep, that's this. That's this. Here you go, embassy guide.
You can't be serious.
It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives.
Ah!
This part of the knife handle has Babal's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babalese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena?
After the fire had broken out.
That's right. Kay entered the Babalese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastan side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer.
Woo! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! What a great victory! Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet?
I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife? Here?
Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babal? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over.
You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a real great thief operates.
Kay?
Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did.
Not really, but...
Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight.
Would you care to elaborate?
I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there's still the possibility that she's the Yatagarasu. And again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Preposterous. On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing?
The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is a most elegant proof. Miss Sheena? Yes. I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? Well, guess we'd better be going. Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking.
She's so cheery, yeah.
To see where the Alabastian knife came from. We'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt.
Understood. Hey! Well, that was fun. That was delightful. Why do we always get assistants that get arrested and accused for murder, at least temporarily? That's just a thing. So anyway, I think this is a good place to stop for the night. It is 11 o'clock. It's been 4.5 hours, and I'm tired. Rather, my voice is tired. So, I think this is where we will end for the night. Ooh, look at that! Caustic acid is is streaming, it looks like. What is she doing? Let's go see. Hold on, let me peek. Oh, she's doing art. Okay, very cool. So let's go say hi to Caustic Acid. And then we will pick this up next week. So, thank you everybody for watching. I hope you had fun. And, you know, tomorrow is FF14 stuff. And, yeah, but if you're not into that, then we'll catch you next week. Monday is Heaven on High, and then I don't know what we're going to do for Variety Night next week. We'll see. Anyway, thanks again. Hope you all had fun. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I will catch all of you next time. Go say hi. Send lots of Apachan little smiles. Send lots of love to Caustic Acid. All right. See y'all, everybody, and have a good night. Bye.
Oh, hi Yi. Hi Jimmy. How are you? Or Decon if you want to call you by your nickname. I like how both of you appeared at the same